Good morning. The something or another 14th of June. Had no real. The only upcoming report I think is about 10. So the overnight here we have a balance at the moment, but that's rather deceptive. Here's the overnight trade, and you can see there was a massive price recovery or sell-off by our friends in London who love to do that. If you look at go back and check around from about 2 in the morning Central Standard Time and see how many times London gets frisky. Then the trade bottoms out, trades back up usually, or mean reverts back to where we were. This is the micro composite. You can see that is the last 2 days trade. And this is the NQ. So I would imagine that we, just looking here, we will be opening lower in range because this is yesterday's RTH range right here. And at the moment we are below the close, but within the range. So that constitutes an open type of lower in range. I'll look at those. I'll look at those here in a second. This Renko chart pushes the price levels to bookmap, as does the micro composite push these green lines, which are the high volume nodes, to bookmap. And that works over here. So this is the high time frame column where I manually enter pricing. Like right here, this is the all-time the MCVPOC from this current one. This is the naked volume point of control from yesterday's RTH period, and I enter these manually. The high volume nodes, as I said, are pushed here by, and there's one way down here because of the current micro composite is a gap up on just 2 bars, 2 regular trading session days. This column is a full session volume profile, which runs from 1700 last night until, and it'll go through till 1700 tonight. By the way, all times on my book map and computers and wherever else are, and that I speak to or reference, are Central Standard Time, same as Chicago. This is the irregular. Oh, let me turn that on. It's easier to see. This is the full session volume profile, the high time frame, the high volume nodes, full session volume profile. This is a regular trading session volume profile. So this is showing yesterday's regular trading session. At 8:30 this morning, it will reset, as will the delta, as will the chart volume profile, which just plots. If you watch this, as I scroll in and out on the chart, you see that it plots what data is visible on the chart. These are the cloud note or price levels that are pushed from bookmap, pushed to bookmap from IRT. And this is the column in which I enter the statistics associated with each of these prices. And I put this note up here of the column header just for my own personal reference, lower in range, right? That's what I expect it's going to open. And the way these work are the following. For example, this is the overnight volume point of control. Okay, we go back over here to IRT and we go to the different tab. This is the statistics study that I have in my IRT. Now, of these, this study looks back at, let me get my glasses on. I forgot my glasses. Looks back at 2003 days. Of these 2003 days, and let me first define what each of these titles. This is higher in range. higher outer range, which would be a gap up, higher in range, lower in range, which we expect today, and lower out of range, which is gap down. And in order to have a statistically significant data set, you can't have 16 different variables, right? They've got to be apples and apples. So all this study does is compare today's opening RTH price or location with the previous RTH sessions range and close, period. So this is lower in range, means that it's looking to open lower than yesterday's RTH close, but within range of yesterday's RTH range. So of these 2003 days, 608 of those days, or 30.4%, opened lower in range. Of these 608 days, we go down here to the overnight volume point of control, 515 of those days, the upcoming RTH session price touched this level, 84.7%. And now I will go back to Bookmap and we'll go to here and we will input 84.7%. Boom. And then I'll try to get it on the right line and, that stuff. Okay. And that's how this works. And that's all it is. These are not targets. They are ideas. And, this is a pretty high probability, right? So it's quite a high probability that when we open today, at some point in today's RTH period, price is going to come down and touch this or take this out. The next highest one is generally the overnight mid, and that is 82.9%. So plop that in here. 82.9. There we are. And then we will continue to do this. So the overnight low is, overnight low is 67.9. ETH low here is 67.9%. Come on now. Aren't you starting up? And looks like that's a little bit out of whack there. There we are. And the overnight high, which is up here, hidden under the the value area high. I'll explain these levels in a minute. Overnight high is 50.8. I know where this is because this is the full session volume profile, right? And there's the top, so pretty obvious where that is. And I think if you go up here, you'll see that it says overnight high. There we are. Is that what it was? $50.8. Ooh. Okay. And then I can do the same for all of these other levels. Previous close, previous POC is 66.6. So this previous VPOC right here is 66.6. Sounds ominous. Some devil worship deal here. There we go. Now, something to note about these levels is they are only look at the criteria I described. It doesn't look at reports. It doesn't look at current news, at current market status, anything. These are just the number of times in this opening configuration that these levels are touched by price in the upcoming RTH session. And let's look at the previous low, 50.7. And you can start to see that they don't make sense sometimes, right? This is, okay, now you'll see that this is the, so a word about the the lines and whatnot on the chart. There's no indicators here. It's just the POC for the full session, which is a muted yellow, the POC for the previous or the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. And POC is not a mysterious thing. It is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. The next other line, the red, is the mid. The VWAP for both the ETH and RTH. And this gray thing is the correlated market, which shows the relative price of the NQ. That's it. And those are the only lines or indicators, you could say, on any of my charts, including IRT. So now, my point is that because we traded a few more contracts, well, this one was 42.68, okay, where POC used to be, it's now migrated up to 45.19. So that means that the overnight point of control is shifted up here. So this statistic needs to come up here. And you see that it doesn't make a lot of sense. If we open right where we are now, what do you think the odds of coming down here 3 or 4 ticks are? Well, I'm sorry, 3 or 4 points. You know, pretty damn great. But look at the statistics. So it's not really, they don't have anything to do with the current market state or price action overnight or any of that stuff. It's just as I described. It's the probability that these levels will be touched by the upcoming RTH trade or price action with regard to previous RTH periods, range, and close. Not settlement, but close. So that's where that's at. That's how it works. Some other things about some of these levels, you'll see value area high and value area low. Those are from the previous RTH period. Developing value area high and low are the current session. In this case, the ETH session. And once the RTH opens at 8:30, they will reflect the developing value area high and low of the RTH session. The IB high and low are also not mysterious numbers. Simply the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trade or the session trade in the case that we normally look at them in RTH. That's all. They continue to move up and down until the 9:30 and then they set. And there's a statistic around that says what percentage of time one or the other will be taken out, and it's quite high. It's 94 in this opening configuration. It's 98.2% of the time. One of those statistics, one of these levels, will be taken out in the remaining price action of the session after 9:30. Could be 1 second after 9:30. Could be 1 second before the close, and that's why it's not a tradable statistic. There are others that we use, or one or the other in the situation. But anyhow, I think that's suffice to say what we're doing here. So I've gotten the levels. I've explained bookmap. I've explained IRT. I've explained the historical statistics. And in another 3 minutes, I'll do my post to the TLab, which is, I do every morning at 8:30. The TLab is a bookmap Discord traders or chat room called the Traders Lab by Tom B. It's the only site or something like that I could recommend. Tom is a legitimate, bona fide professional trader, trades his own account, has since 1980, has 45 years. Very successfully, trades his own money. His theories and thinking and around risk management and market structure and market auction theory and all those things relate with mine, and I believe he's the real deal. Most importantly, he's got nothing to sell. You can join that Discord chat room free. all of the information and 60 something PDFs of structured trades and all that stuff is all there for free. Tom has nothing to sell, no courses, no bullshit, no join my this, join my that, and that's not the case for the other bookmap instructors or whatever they call themselves, presenters. He's the only one there that I found like that. So very, very truly a pearl in the garbage as far as I'm concerned. And the link to that, you have to join the Bookmap Discord, obviously, but you don't have to be a subscriber to Bookmap or anything else to take advantage of the TLab. And so there's a link here in the description. And I think that pretty much, one thing I didn't do, that's probably pretty important. I need to now activate my risk neutral trading setup, which is a 2-lot package, 12 tick stop for both. Then the first scale is at 12 ticks. Second runner's at 48 ticks. And you can trade as many of these packages as you want, but that's the risk neutral trading package. So that's been activated now. And then I need to come over here and turn on the trade control panel to Dome. And there we go. Now I choose Dome because on Bookmap, if you see this little area right here, you notice the cursor gets a $sign and there it doesn't have. Okay. That means that this is the active data window right here. And if you click over here, you put a trade on if you've got chart or both selected. And more than once, I've screwed myself by trying to move a line or do something or adjust a target and enter another trade, which I had no intention of doing. So the way I initiate trades is with my keyboard, and I always have. And all I do is manipulate or move the targets or trail a stop up or for trade management, whatever. And I can do that on the Dome. So that's greatly simplified my life. I think that pretty much has it. This is the last trading day of the M contract, which is June expiry. We'll be rolling to the N contract, which starts in July. The rollover day is next Monday. I'll roll over my charts this weekend before the open, ETH open at 1700 Sunday night. I think that's pretty much got it. And I'll be, got to make this snap. Make this snap. Man, what the hell's going on here? Let's go. All right. Yeah, none of my dialogue here is scripted, so it's yeah, it's kind of questionable. I don't script anything, so getting these chapters figured out for this stream so I can navigate back is pretty weird for me. And this stupid damn thing, every time I type something, it goes back and forth over there. I don't know why. Okay. The stream is my virtual journal. Okay. I hear what I'm thinking by my narration, and I see what I'm seeing by the video, obviously. It's not that I want to be, some YouTube wizard or influencer, whatever. I find this the simplest and the most informative and the biggest help to review, etc. My commitment to myself is that I will not trade off stream. So that's why these streams last the entire trading day. I've been in a couple of positions earlier when I would see a trade materialize, but I didn't want to take it because stream wasn't up, and that, how stupid is that? So I don't. That's the explanation for it. One other thing to mention here about the trade setup and the risk neutral idea is I have a requirement of range for entry. And what that means is very simply, let me try to give you an example. Well, this is pretty tough because it's so tight. The range is so tight here. All right, let's imagine that price is, well, here we go. Let's say that we're watching this test of these highs up here, and we think that there's a trade opportunity for mean reversion back to the volume point of control for the full session. My trade plan says that, as I described earlier, it's a 2-lot package. First stop is at 12 ticks for both. Then this first scale is at positive 12 ticks. Okay. Furthermore to that trade plan, there must be a clean path with no obstacles to that first scale. And in this case, there would be. If I shorted right here, it's more than 3 points to the first obstacle. In this case, this is kind of deceptive because the VPOC has moved up here now, okay? But down here, very definitely, there's 3 points to the first scale, and then, put on your helmet and see what happens. But that's a requirement, and that if you rigorously or, apply a lot of discipline to that range, it really, really is a big help. You'll be, and another factor to do with that is making sure that you get close to your setup and your trigger, and not have late entries, because the last thing you want to do, for example, in this hypothetical situation where we're going to short right here, targeting down here. Eventually, we've got 3 points to the scale, and then down we go. All right. Well, 3 points to the scale, and then down we go. If you get in down here because of a late entry, where's your stop? It's right in the middle of all this traffic, and it's below these swing highs, which increases the possibility that your stop's going to get hit exponentially, in my opinion. So there's a little thought about that. Okay, and now we're going to open here in a couple of seconds, and then I will update my IRT charts to the minute we open. There you go. The VPOC drop down here. I will add start flagging these migrating volume profiles. It's already migrated more than I had. Okay, now the next, what's our first probable target? And most likely target is the overnight point of control, right? But there's the overnight mid right up here. So what we gonna do? I'm gonna change my RT charts to full session from overnight or full session. Change them to the RTH session. I don't know what I said, but probably wrong. None of this is scripted, and I'm not a professional broadcaster, right? So there you go. And as I said, this is the last trading day of the M contract before rollover, and there's going to be I would suspect, a buttload of window dressing and jockeying for position and defending strikes and who the hell knows what. So there was our swing high, not much. Here's our swing low on that open. You see how one of the things that's interesting is you need to recognize that this VPOC bounces around a lot in the initial moments of the market because it's so few contracts traded. So it takes so little contracts. Here's 1,200 and it's 2,100. It took just a few hundred contracts to move that. Now we bounce from 2,100 to 2,200, 100 contracts. Well, hell, there's single retail traders swinging that much size, I suppose, in their dreams. Anyway, so there you go. And you notice how the IB high and IB low are now tracking off, and I need to set this stupid thing here. It's just so irritating. Wish the hell they wouldn't have changed that. Or I wish I was smart enough to know how to set it up right, but I sure as shit don't. So this is at 802.0. This is RTH. And I don't know why it went red, but okay, fine. And there we go. And there we go. I don't know why that went red. That's pretty weird. I have no clue why that's doing that at all. Jesus, incredible. So there's our RTH VWAP, I guess. Another thing is the old VWAP, which I used to really like, is right here. And that was the previous one that they had. So this is the mid. This is the VWAP. And so far, it looks like everything's pretty much okay. The POCs are not an issue. They do what they're supposed to do. And I'm not saying that they, Bookmap has that anchored VWAP thing built wrong. It's a new thing that they want to replace the old one with. I just can't. For example, if I set session start, or if I go here and select, you notice I had to change the time and make sure it's the right date. If you don't do that, Oh, show VWAP line. You see here? This is ETH. I don't want that. I'm going to just get rid of all this crap here. I don't know what these are all about. It won't, if I put create session start, it'll make it some goofy time and the wrong date. It's bizarre. I'm going to start over, actually. I'll indicate that. Create session start, okay? See there? 083438, and it's the 15th. It's not the 15th. It's the 14th, and it's not May. It's June. So it's all screwy. So this is June. Oops, yeah, and this is the 14th. They don't have their code figured out yet, and I'm sure they will. 0, boom, boom. And this is going to be RTH, and this is going to be a different color. This frickin' green. It doesn't ever remember this either, which is annoying. All right, now maybe it'll calculate it. Now we got the right thing going on here. Okay, now we got RTH, VWAP. You can tell without having this line on the chart. These are the VWAP right here. So this is VWAP for the RTH session. This is full session. There you go. And I guess the full session VWAP went away over here somewhere, which is annoying. I'll put that on with a new one, I guess. Try to see if I can do this. No. Create VWAP. Okay, let's see if we can do this correctly. So, I'm going to make this. So, I got the right day anyway. I'm going to go 13. God damn it. 13. Now I don't know how they do their dates. I don't remember. Okay. 13. And we're going to go 20 or 17. Jesus Christ. 17. 30. Zero. This is painful, man. Really painful. And this is going to be ETH. ETH. So that's 613. So that, boom. Okay. Now I should have a VWAP line at both of those once it gets through calculating up here. It's just annoying. I'm disappointed with that. That's for sure. All right. So do I have everything going on here? Okay, here's my ETH. Here's my RTH. And all I want is one VWAP to start as I've just set them up, but it won't remember that and update them, which is the annoying part. All right. So where the hell am I now? Okay. I've got the IRT charts set to regular trading session hours. I've got on the ESM contract, which will roll to you next week or this weekend. We've opened VPOC sticking where it is. We're trading to the top up here of the IB high. You can see how it's been pushed up a couple of times now. This gets to a point where is this a weak top because of the number of times it's touched? Or well, this is a high volume node in the overnight. You can see right here's today's. Well, let's go like this. Here's today's RTH session. And here's previous RTH session. So this is we're right at this big area right here where we were, there was quite a lot of, if you notice, there's quite a lot of boom, 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 boom. There's a lot of hits right there. And for a long period of time, that was the VPOC yesterday. Now, what they're going to do with that or what that means, I got no clue. This would probably be, I'm sure, someone would say, mean reversion so far, and that's probably correct. One thing to remember is we're 26.16, so it's a 10-point range so far. We traded up here and hit 3 times and didn't get above this outer edge. And now we're going to revert back to the mid VWAP and POC likely. That's called mean reversion. Well, the stream seems to be flowing. My mouth isn't working. Better go do some tongue exercises, I guess. It's funny for me to be doing this. I've never been any kind of obviously since COVID, a lot of Teams calls and, all that stuff, meetings and whatnot. So speaking into a headset, looking at screens has become pretty commonplace and pretty, having another VPOC migration. Now we've had, this is the first significant VPOC migration up. We started out here and at the open, dipped down a little notch, and now we're trading up. You see why putting these flags in here works or helps? I could roll back like this and see all this goofiness, but then that gets my chart all discombobulated and out of whack. So I don't do that. I can also look at IRT, which has developing volume profile, this yellow line, if you can see that, which is on one of my other screens to my left or to my right. But with the focus being primarily on the bookmap screen, these are real handy. I can see if we're going to, price check it out 3, like we zoom down here and touch these again. Here we go. So we're just continually marching this VPOC higher. And again, VPOC is nothing mysterious or magical. It's just the price at which the most number of contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. IB high, IB low, same story as I described earlier. Just the high and the low of the first 1 hour, period. IB is an old market profile term for initial balance. But, you know, a lot of people try to make things seem, you know, like you got to be wearing a pointy hat with stars on it or something in order to understand it. And it's just crap. It's just to make themselves feel important or better or whatever else, you know. And then there are other people. I guess I never remember to say this, but, you know, the usual disclaimers apply, as I said, about this stream is my journal. And, you know, if it helps somebody else or it's interesting, great. But I'm talking to myself and I am trading myself. And, you know, it's not meant for financial advice or all that other crap. Some people spend more time babbling about the disclaimer than they, you know, future results are not indicative, you know, past results are not indicative of future outcome, blah, blah, blah. After everything they say or type, it's just like annoying. It's like, yeah, no shit, everybody gets it, you know. I wonder when the last suit around that happened since this, you know, I started trading in 99 and the internet was rocking and rolling well before that. And in those days, I can guarantee you the websites that were up there, it was absolutely, okay, take this here, it's going there, enter there. We all did this. You know, everybody was, the people on those sites were calling trades right, left, and center. And I think they still do call trades on some sites. And maybe that's why people, I never thought about this, maybe that's why people have member-only areas where they do that, is because when you sign up to be a member, you probably sign a big disclaimer about that whole thing. I never thought about that. I always just thought they're bullshit, you know, that they don't make money trading, so they have to sell memberships to watch them sim trade. Yeah, maybe it's got something to do with the disclaimer too. I never thought about that before, but anyway, disclaimers on the thing. Oh, here we go now. The full session VWAP or VPOC is now aligned with the RTH session. So in other words, they're both at their highest. Remember that the full session started 1700 last night and the RTH session started at 0830 this morning. They are now both of their volume points of control are aligned. Doesn't mean they've traded the same volume. It just means that level, that price level, which in this case is 24.5, is the simultaneous area of price, maximum volume for both, which is probably a significant number, I guess. See, we tap this 1, 2, 3, a trigger 4, 5, 6 times up here. A lot of people say, ooh, real strong, resistance, going to go down, blah, blah, blah. The more professional, conventional wisdom is every time you tap that, it becomes weaker. And one of the things that is the thinking behind that, every one of these highs, all the retail guys are jumping on shorts, and where are their stops going? Right there. So the likelihood of that is humongous. I can see something that changed during the course of the open that I didn't recognize. This is the overnight mid volume statistic, and the overnight mid shifted down just before the open. So I need to pull that down there to be accurate. And I'll confirm that on my other screen, but I'm not going to bother doing all this changing around. No, that's incorrect. 82.9%. What's 82.9? Oh, that's interesting. Those levels changed a little bit at the open. So I guess it must do a recalc. That's worth looking at, I guess. Here's the study. Go back to the stream at around 6 minutes in, and you'll see all of the description about how this study works and everything. But you notice now that for example, the overnight point of control is 84.5. It was 84.7. The overnight mid is 83.1, and it was 82.9. And I don't see another 82.9. So that changed a little bit as price changed right at the open. Interesting. Didn't know that. I mean, I didn't know exactly when that calculated. I never got given any thought after building it long ago. Oh, there we are. So bop boop bop boop. You see how up these POCs and price jump back and forth to I don't know, to what, shake out retail. I don't know what they do, why they do that, but it's amazing. They'll often come by, was this too high? Tom has this theory about, think of it like shopping, this is now the fair price, he says, they believe. And this was the current fair price, but oftentimes they'll do a price check, like in the supermarket, a price check off. Is this still too low down here? And they'll come down and check it, then they'll go back up. And on a smaller scale, or in a a smaller microstructure or fractal, this is the same idea. This is the same auction back and forth going on here or here as going on here. It's just they're like nesting. Tom's analogy is those nesting Mikrushka dolls or whatever they are from Russia, where it's just, little smaller and smaller dolls inside of the other one that are identical. That's probably a good analogy. I can see that I'm way over here. He says there's a big number of 9. Oh, Michigan. Yeah, Michigan Pre. I don't know why the Michigan Pre number now is only a 2-star on my economic data thing, because it is a market mover typically. So, yeah, that's right. Good heads up there. Going to stay flat. See what happens in 5 minutes. Perfect time for a bio break. Something about this Michigan number, Michigan prelim number, is that they put out a whisper number you can subscribe to, so the actual number comes out a little bit ahead of the hour. Yeah, typical, right? And I think it's University of Michigan. I mean, it's like, Jesus, come on. All right. Let's see what the Michigan number does. And then the next thing is that next report or economic potential mover, I think. 9 o'clock is expectation, consumer sentiment, all Michigan stuff. And then the Fed policy at 10. Then Baker Hughes rig count and things like that. So now what? We watch. See how these little teeny weeny little steps happen here because we're still early in the session and just a couple hundred contracts one way or another, and this thing bounces all over hell and gone. I'm not going to worry about a tick on those flags. There's the number here in a second. Bam. That hurt a lot of people's feelings. That hurt a lot of people's feelings right there. Yeah. All those longs just got a real stupid look on their face. That's exactly why I do not trade into or around a number. Explain to me, go in the bathroom, look in the mirror, and explain to yourself how the hell you're going to manage your risk. Impossible. This kind of an absorption situation, if you had, your stop sitting over here, they send you a postcard when they got it filled. Remember that stops convert to market orders when the price is reached. And a market order means it'll fill at the most opportune price. And that could be your stop is up here and that could be down here. What happens with these absorptions is they cleaned out all those levels. One order was enough to take out however many points that is of levels, or two, a few orders. In other words, if you've got 10, 10, and 10, that's 30 contracts, and somebody puts in an order down here for 40, it's going to go sweeping through those like Grant took Richmond. That's how that works. Called a liquidity vacuum. A larger order than several price levels of resting orders. Now they're just dying to go see what that IB low looks like, in my view. Not back to the scene of the crime yet. Notice how they bring it right down here to the tick nearly of the open and this previous volume point of control. Now they could, wander it back up to where they were. The problem is if you go back to the setup and the range discussion around 24 minutes in, there's when these levels are spread out like this, each one of these levels is an obstacle. So there's no way for me to have 3 points or the range required for a trade. That's where that's at. Now that was this little tick right here satisfies a little Traders Lab stat called the IV30, which says that the higher the low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the trade in the second 30 minutes. They call that the IB30, and the old-fashioned IB stat they refer to as the IB60. And that might have changed around somehow. I don't know. Yeah, so the IB30 stat was taken out, which I described earlier. And the thing about that is it can happen multiple times between 9 and 9:30, right? Now, the stat that should be on everybody's radar, and I wasn't watching for it because I was busy typing and doing something stupid, is the overnight volume point of control, which is the highest statistic there is. You notice a big pile of liquidity sitting just above it. It's been in the market since 9 o'clock. So the chances of taking out that stat are pretty high. And perhaps these tests up to the VWAP, which didn't exceed the VWAP, would have been a good trigger with the target of this overnight volume point of control. And of course, they can bounce all over hell and gone down here. Now, why is this not a good spot to enter a trade with the target for the overnight volume point of control? Well, it's first of all, there's not enough range. There's not 3 points to the first obstacle, which is the IB low. Second of all, a trade in this area is a real late entry. What's the trigger? Is it the test of the open, test of the developing value area low? What's the trigger? And if you enter down here, where's the stop going to be? Right in the middle of all this traffic, right in the middle of all this crap. Very likely. Well, there you go. Your stop was just picked right there. So that's the reason for staying clear of those kinds of trades and making sure. Now, these could be opportune moments where you have a iceberg hit up here. Now you have a test, basically exhaustion there, and have a test here at the open in the developing value area low. There, 30 points. Will it come back down to the overnight mid POC now? That's the big question. That would be the entry. Not really. This could be considered the trigger for this developing value area low. And then looking down here for the overnight POC and IB low again as targets. IB 30 as targets, unless they waffle around up here until after 9:30. So let's see if that trigger would have paid out. Not scaled yet. So let's say we got in pretty close right here. Let's just make it 18.5. So we got to get down to 15.5 here. We got to get to here for our scale. And there we have it. So that would have, now we would be scaled and risk neutral. And looked likely to take our targets. So that was a good one. That would have been a viable trade. There's the overnight VPOC stat. That would have been our target for, our initial target, and the overnight low is further down there. So that was a real missed opportunity on my part. It's actually worth screenshotting it, to be honest about it. That's a really classical setup. The unfortunate part is I didn't take it. So here is the setup. Here is the trigger to exhaustion, considering this the open, the developing value area high, and the VWAP, and then the overnight VWAP, I'm sorry, and then straight down without any heat or issues to the target, which was the overnight point of control, and a stop pick. Pretty cool. And now we continue to drop. towards that previous RTH low. And no reason to be out of this trade yet either. If, proper trade management, you've got your stop pulled down here above these swing highs now, and here's your lower target. So excellent move to the downside there. And why I'm not on that trade and just talking about it is a psychological problem I've got to get over. Happens a lot. And that's what's that's keeping me from the next level, I think. Too goddamn gun shy or risk averse, I guess is it. But pretty disappointing to see a trade like that and not take it. This is even better yet. I'll annotate these and throw them up there later again. Now is when FOMO can bite your ass really bad. Okay, so you're bummed out that you didn't take the trade that I narrated earlier, and here was your first target. Now you're trade management looking for this one, and so you're bummed out and you got a case of FOMO going, right? So you enter, say, this swing high because you thought that was an idea, and where's your stop? Right in the middle of all this range and just about ready to get taken out here by in another second. So, yeah, that's a function that I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, the late entry and the FOMO. And I suppose late entry is a function of FOMO. I'm not sure. 21. Bam, you just got your ass handed to you. And nobody in the world is saying that they've got to get down here to this IB low again or the previous RTH low. It's not how it works. They could very definitely have extended this IB low down here, and the next taken out before 9:30 will be the IB high. That's happened way more than once. So. I'm gonna get some water here. There we go. Here we go. Now you see, just looking at Bookmap without scrolling it in or out, it's kind of hard to understand the bigger picture, and I have to continually refresh myself of that. Here's the bigger picture. We're just now pulling back up, not even to the VWAP or VPOC, not near the VPOC or the mid or the full session VWAP or current session VWAP. We're just touching that now. So context was up for a minute, consolidated and down on the report. And now they're goofing around back over here, just inside of the value area, which is the difference. You can see that the difference in color down here is outside. As blue is inside the value area, which is where 70% or 67.8, whatever, but I have it set for 70% of the volume has traded so far. Yeah. you can also see that, what I was just talking about from here, right? There's the open. So what have we done? We're right back to scene of the crime. I try to keep these on about 50 cents. It's actually a little more than that now. There we go. So just for scale, right? So I have an idea of what the tick, try to catch, to eyeball that range that I speak of quickly. This doesn't have all that little handy things like some of the other programs where you can have a box that's got your scale and your targets and all that. You just throw it around. Well, what a coincidence. We were up here and now we're right back where we were. You see how it's just an interesting phenomenon. I'm not sure that I agree with or I don't know, it's not the right word exactly, but buy into the theory that this is what the value of the ES or the S&P 500. I think that the majority of trading that we see on these screens and we see every day is just a buttload of people like us, speculators. I could care less what the price of the ES is. I want to know if it's going to go up or down in my time frame, and am I going to make money on it? And I don't think anybody else gives a shit either. Of course, higher time frame people and like today is going to be probably quite volatile at some point on options settlement and everything for the rollover. So yeah, they do, but I don't think the average people that are in this game with us and on these screens in this time frame of these screens give two shits whether the ES is trading at 54, 54.23 half or 54.13 half. I don't think so. I think it's just speculation, period. And it could be wrong. I know I don't care, and I'm sure nobody else does. And you see how close they got to the IB high? So that statistic is not. Now we're above VWAP, we're above mid, we're above the open. So on all of the, a lot of the programs and charting packages and stuff, the numbers are green, because it's positive as opposed to not. Okay, I'm talking. I'm on the right screen. The stream is flowing. FOMC, something or another is coming out at 10. Maybe we're going to need to put a canoe in the stream. You never know. Fed monetary policy report at 10. So, yeah. That's had some pretty dramatic. The Fed, I don't know how many more times people got to understand. You know, what could they say that Powell didn't say the other day? I don't know. Don't know. Isn't it interesting how this POC just bounces back and forth from prices? So it was popular here. That's true. It's a little too high. Bring it back down here. That's Tom always makes the analogy of tuna fish or the shopping grocery store or whatever. You know, which is, I guess that's probably also why I enjoy that site. Apart from the fact that as I said, it is true. Nothing to sell. There's no hype. There's no scam. And is that his thinking and his humor aligns with mine, or there, you know, the bulk of the people there's thinking and humor aligns with mine as far as risk management, risk adverse, trading as a business, not a video game. You know, I haven't really talked about that yet, but that's probably a good idea. So trading as a business. Trading is a business of statistics and probabilities, really. And that's what the risk neutral plan and all of these levels and these statistics, that's what they feed into, or that's what we're trying to focus on. Just, gunslinging or seat of the pants trading or those kinds of things are not the trading business as I understand it and as I believe that it is. Trading is strictly a business of statistics and probability. You pick a setup that you identify, the specific criteria and parameters that go along with that setup to qualify it, and then you capture samples of that specific setup in as many as you can, minimum 50, and see if it has a mathematical, statistical probability, positive probability, or edge. If it does, then you take all instances of that setup that present themselves, and the law of large numbers will manifest favorably in your account. If it doesn't have an edge, out the door, you find another one. And if you only have one, then you only trade that one setup until you have two, and then you trade them. Just start trading all over the board. And if this sounds like a familiar idea for you, it's the exact business model of gaming from the point of view of a casino. They identified a positive edge for each game they play with a specific set of rules. And if you don't think that that's the case, go to Vegas and tell them you want to deal, 6 cards instead of 5 or whatever the hell it is, and they're going to look at you like you're blue in the face. They have a specific number of decks in the shoe, specific number of cards dealt, or rules around the game. Who gets the win, what the odds are, all that stuff is all absolutely specific, and it's been identified mathematically to give the house the positive edge. So their only mission in life is to deal as many hands at 21 as they can 24/7, knowing full well that their edge will manifest to their bank account. And if you don't think that's the case, go wander through any casino place and tell me who you think's making the money. Sure, people win and people go away. Did you ever see a pit boss or a dealer start crying because a guy won a hand? Of course not. That's a function of it's just a cost of doing business for them. And that's, they know that it's part of their edge. We take stops. We have losing days. Same story. The thing you want to have is the larger the sample size of a specific positively vetted or a vetted trade with a positive edge, the more examples of that or samples of that you add to your database, the greater the return on your account. Simple. Believe that. And that's not just me. That's, Ed Thorpe and Jim Simon from Renaissance Technology. And, billionaires have been made that way. And I believe it's the case. I don't know how long I've been on mute, but goddamn, I've got to get a stream deck. Seems like it's always one thing or another, you know. I never. Yeah. All right, my cat's whining. I gotta see what's gonna happen here, though. Where's the overnight low? It's got to be right there, 67%. So there's IB continuation is a setup trade in the trader's lab, meaning that we pass through the IB lows, that stat gets hit, retrace up, and then continue on. And the next target down would be this overnight low of 67.9%. So see where that goes. Okay, will they get up here to this EVPOC and have a poke through and then turn around and dump it for the IB low, which is already, it's not a stat anymore, right? But this would be now the conversation is now around, is this going to be an IB continuation on down, or will it be an IB failure where they've tested, boom, and then up they go? Those are two IB, Traders Lab structured trades. The IB failure is not considered a viable option or expected in a trending type market with directional context, more of a rotational one, right? Or mean reverting type of context. And it's kind of a squint, you know. We were consolidated, the report, we pulled back, down. Now, are we going to, would you consider this to be rotational? Or would you consider it to be a directional context? In my opinion, it's rotational because we've gone down and up. They had a report that kind of discombobulated the pricing there of the auction, but I think it's more or less of a rotational thing. So the IB failure could very definitely be a real thing. And this developing value area low seems to be quite a line in the sand frequently. There's a bunch of tests back up here. They didn't get to the POC again, and then it sold down, you know. obviously the mid, the VWAP, and the real current session POC are more prevalent or stronger levels or whatever considered to be. That's true or not. The kind of overwhelming part for me is there's all like what I just said. Okay, I have no stat to back that up. And it seems like a full-time job for a handful of people to calculate it and determine all these statistics, I think. Well, now we have a imminent move of the VPOC. I was going to say it's going to move right here pretty quick. And there it goes. So there's the first VPOC migration south. Pretty funny. Just noticing that when it happened. This is a trade that is also a TLab trade called the VPOC migration. So you would assume that it's going to migrate lower. But I've gotten my ass kicked on this thing more times than not, where it'll test back up here again, up to the mid or somewhere to see about stops, and then it'll sell off. It's just, I really hesitate to take that trade anymore because I've been burned about it so freaking many times. And it looks like price kind of died here, Developing value area low. What's this? The current, there you go, the current VPOC, previous VPOC. It's a real popular price, both now and overnight. And it's now the developing value area low. So my guess is that there's got to be a buttload of stops there that would need to be taken out prior to a trade. And there you go. There they are. Now, there's no real exhaustion here that I see. See, we had delta, we had absorption. Okay, so here's 260 and then 65. Could call that exhaustion for stops. But is it going to go down through there or not? I don't know. And this could be a reasonably, well, no. 75 would have been reasonable because there's a level here. 17. Because the nearest level is the VPOC, which is huge, and that would be normally the target for mean reversion. So that's not a highly likely trade location. So we're coming up on the Big 10. So we have impending news, top of the hour, 4 minutes. The FOMC monetary policy report may not be much of a mover because they talked about this ad nauseum. Well, a few seconds to go here for the net report, and we'll see what happens. And I'm rapidly losing interest on trading this thing and just I missed a couple of real opportunities there, which really irritate the crap out of me. So that's that short I talked about earlier, and then the IB failure were both setups that I know and should have been ready for. There's top of the hour, and there's exactly nothing happening. Doesn't look like. That's about a no nothing deal there. And that was 3 stars too. That's a market. That was considered a market mover. It was the only major 3-star report of the day, and nothing happened. That's pretty weird. Oh, well, we jumped up, VPOC migrated up again, but right under the overnight mid and this existing price for that. So I think I will not. I guess I could do this just so I keep that record. And then this. And then put one here. I don't know how to do that or whether it even matters or who the shit cares. I mean, obviously we've traded over the overnight mid, so it's not relevant anymore, in my opinion. This value area low, as I talked about early on with levels, is the value area low from yesterday's or the previous RTH session. If this were a Monday, it would be Friday, but in this case, it's yesterday. So now here is an interesting statistic which some people argue is tradable. Okay. The statistic for both IB high and low or a neutral day is 32.9% of the time. So you could conceivably say that shorting up here, looking for it to revert away from this IB high, would be a statistical, would essentially have a 70% probability that you'd be correct. The reality of that is that we've had a phenomenal, in my opinion, number of neutral and neutral extreme days, which is definition of which is when both IB high and low are taken out. So, in any case, targeting a neutral day is has an extremely low probability statistically. So that's not a trade. And again, I can't trade anything here because there's no range, right? There's mid, VWAP, developing value area low, blah, 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 on and on and on. Pretty please. Say pretty please.
Well, so my statistic idea of probabilities of neutral days is not very substantial. Probably a good opportunity to just take along and turn off the damn screens. Except right now it's real bad at the high. Don't take along at the high. The place to have gotten long was down here someplace, right? Which is where I suppose probably Tom did. This is where FOMO would get you long and then get you spanked. I'm going to not participate here. I think this is just news based, and I don't see any. This is a one tick failure of the IB high, which would indicate, and a rotational market, which would indicate an IB failure. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see what's going on in the other world here. At 10 o'clock, I might have a gazillion flipping emails or something. Nothing. Oh, yeah, I got to do that. 17th to the 19th. Okay. Oh, I got to do that IB thing. Yeah, so here we go. You know, it's statistically unsound, and we're in a rotational environment and a bunch of other stuff. And it keeps pushing higher towards that settlement and stuff up above. So maybe that's where it's going to go. I don't know. But I think I'm going to stand aside for this market today. Rollover is historically bogus. So I'm not in the mood. I got other things to think about. I'll be regretful after, you know, you go back and look, and then RMT is so wonderful. Rear view mirror trading, you know, it's so clear. But I'm not in the mood to have any issues here on a Friday, on a rollover Friday. So there you go.
course you do. I can help you get your straighten this out. phone me back on this one, which is my wife, 713-828-8059. I'm looking at the order number. She's from Vietnam, so my English. It's Ginn, G-I-N-G, On, O-N, Collier, C-O-L-L-I-E-R. Well, it's Perthshire Road, 14692B. Houston, I'm sorry. That's probably the problem. That's one of the things that I wanted to do. I wanted the shipping tracking number, and also we never got the package, and it was shipped on ordered on the 5th and shipped on the 7th, according to one of your colleagues. But the tracking number she gave me doesn't work with UPS. So I wanted to confirm that, and I wanted to update the shipping address and then see what we need to do about getting the order replaced. Is Perthshire Road, 14692, and space, and then the letter D. D like Houston, Texas, 77079. But what we want to do is change the shipping address the same as the billing address. The problem with that shipping address on Perthshire is many times packages go missing. So, you know, it's not your fault. They call them porch pirates. What I'm trying to do is confirm the proper UPS tracking number, because the number that one of your colleagues gave me is wrong on UPS. So if you could give me that number again, that would be great. I'm ready to go. Okay, so we have 1 Zulu 98 Yankee 0 3 0 3 0 0 6 3 6 5 7 7. I'm sorry. Z like zebra.
doing that right now. I want to just, if you could wait for 1 second, I want to make sure this number works. Because last time, like you say, they're all capped, right? 1 B, 1 Z, and G. That's right. Fingers crossed. There we go. There we go. Loading, no problem. Okay, so that's the correct number. So now I'll go about the business of filing. Now, can you and I update the shipping and billing address right now, or the shipping address right now? No, I mean in the account. What we want to have a billing address, which is 774 Thorn Branch Drive, and the shipping address the billing address is actually not right. It repeats the line. It's 774 Thorn Branch Drive, and then 774 Thorn Branch Drive twice. I don't know why. It should only be once, obviously. Well, there's no apartment number. It's a house. Yeah. There you go. Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah. And then Houston, Texas 77079. The phone number is fine. All that. Yes, please do. Please delete that, because that's where we lived before we lived here. Okay. Yeah. And then can you make this order again? Yeah, no, I understand it. Hold on a minute. What? You sure? I have the lady on the phone to do it right. Okay. You said wait, she'll order it herself. And that would be both shipping and billing. Okay, so where are you? Well, thank you very much for your help. And so what I'll try to do now is file a tracking order or a claim with UPS on the other thing. Okay, thank you so much for your help. Have a lovely weekend. Yeah, so what time we got here? 5:22. T1 is at 05. 22. Long entry. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to do this now. I just walked back in the office. Is basically not a good trade to take, but I'm going to see how it works out. Seems to be a lot of positive thought. Those longs aren't getting any place, so that's kind of, the buyers aren't getting any place up there, which is not very reassuring. Well, I'd like to see the buyers hit the gas there, but I'm probably in a very bad location with stop location because of my entry point being late. As I've discussed before, this stop is ahead of this IB high and also this liquidity. So that's a very likely spot to get in trouble. I don't know when the hell I'm ever going to learn about that, but obviously this pullback was the place to get on. Stops end down here. We'll see if the futures God is good to me or not. And it's kind of early. It's only 1:30. My question now is to break one of my cardinal rules and move the stops below this liquidity or even below the IB high. But that's a rule of my trade plan, so that would be a bad thing for me to do. Except sitting there like a bird on a wire getting shot down is also frustrating. Like that right there. And there we go down to, there it goes exactly to that liquidity where I was talking about. What time is it? 527. So full stop right there. That's just magical. I don't know what to do about that, actually. Well, you gotta do something here pretty quick or I'm not gonna be broke. And look at this shit, right? Exactly at this liquidity. No. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I hope that was on screen. So anyway, exactly stopped at my stop. I mean, stopped out exactly at the bottom ahead of this liquidity. As I was talking about, shall I move my stop below the liquidity? That's against my trade rules, so I won't do that. And then, yeah, that's pretty disappointing. God damn. Oh, the trade box is working and all kinds of things that didn't used to work are working now. I wonder how the hell that happened. Oh, that's pretty cool. Huh. That's pretty amazing. None of this stuff used to work. What I'm talking about is trade box and all this kind of stuff, which didn't used to work, are now. Go figure. Huh. And now it's going to take off and go rocketing the other way, I suppose. I don't know. Had I moved my stop to below IB high where I was discussing, I'd tell me in the trade. Now, for how long, who knows? Doesn't look to me like it's particularly breaking out, but well, I'm getting really sick of being a good loser. That's just pretty amazing. I have no idea why those things started working. I haven't made any changes to the indicators on those charts. It's strange. 541. Now, likely I've done the same thing here and gotten myself in too late, which put my stop in an inopportune position and prevented me from getting a scale. So let's see what happens now if they can get this moving a little bit. Really disappointing if they can't. Again, a late entry, improper entry, or an inopportune entry, just below the developing value area high there. But I would have thought they could get some traction. Oh, or not. Well, let's see whether we can get going or not here. It's going to be too long. The famous power hour. I'm wondering if I'm just overlooking the fact that we're doing a mean reversion and I'm just refusing to figure it out because somebody talked about going higher a while ago. I'll go get some water. I guess the point of the story is just really too late to the party. Putting my stops which creates an inopportune entry and puts my stops in harm's way. I've been 2 trades now. I haven't been able to get up to a scale, which is just ridiculous. Well, this liquidity lifting off at 31 is a good thing. We haven't exactly gotten up through there yet, but if we get up to that scale, I would certainly rest a lot easier. And I'd love to see us take those targets that everybody's talking about at overnight high and settlement. That'd be just Jim Dandy. A lot of liquidity parked out here, developing value area high. I had considered bringing my stop up here to break even for at least the first scale, but I think I'll let this play out according to plan, and probably be pissed or not, but and I could have just taken it off up here, which was see 31, 33. Now we're gonna, Jesus, now what is it gonna do? What the hell is that for? Taking out week longs, I guess. Hope I'm not one of them. I'm gonna be pretty disappointed I didn't take my profit, I guess. You never can figure out what that is. Look at that shit, A little bit volatile here for I think I'm going to start being a little more aggressive here. This is obviously option crap for the end of the contract life, and they're going to be defending this and doing that, and something else going on. I guess it's pretty funny. I wish they would get up to that. Take a run for settlement here. That'd be just Jim Dandy. Where did my target get to? Okay, I'm going to bring this down under settlement. And in a pretty quick order, I will bring my stop up for trade management underneath of this thing to we get up around that high. We got settlement volume profile. Now where's the overnight high? Where the hell did that go? That's even above it. Wow. That might be look at that liquidity. I'm going to leave it there. If it starts running for that, I'll judge accordingly what to do. My stop here is at, my original profit scale was here at 31. I don't know what these guys are going to do now. This is pretty crazy. I think it's this options close crap and that power hour and the blah, blah, blah. This is pretty amazing. I didn't realize that this thing did all this stuff. I've never seen IT do this before. That's pretty amazing. Pretty cool shit. Come on, take your top off. Okay. That's what it is. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. This could be interesting. I'm more mystified by this. I'm more mystified by all this new stuff that's going on with IRT. I mean, I've been using this for since 2015. I never saw all this stuff. It's great. It's great. I mean, much more informative. I don't know why it didn't do that before. A lot of good info there, I think. Plus 27 ticks, filled, all this kind of stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And the profit loss window and all those things. Yeah. Wow. Now we got a big thing here. The next deal is the previous close, I guess, and the previous high. And there's going to be a bunch of stops above that. So if they can get into them, that's going to take it somewhere. I'd like to bring my stop up, but I always get burned on that. So I'm going to try not to. And I'm going to, let's see, I'm not going to probably do that. And I can see so much better. Is it because I don't want to trail this up for risk management. I want to just let it play out. I also don't want it to come back in my face. I like to get it one more pump there. If they get going on the squeeze, if they get into above that RTH high, there's going to be a pile of stops up there, and they're going to go for it. That's what I believe to be the case. That would be 31.5 is same as the scale. Had I been up here at break even, I would have been taken out on this one. And now we'll see what happens here if they can get what have I done over here? What have I done to this? That looks pretty goofy. Yeah, come on, bust it up through there. Christ, the Christ. Not getting any. Yeah, so it's Christmas and Christ, but not getting any. The question is when. Yeah, I'm going to let even though I've got that one drawdown, I'm going to hopefully play this out to the hand here. The NQ just needs to take off. And if it could do so, pretty funny, my NQ doesn't seem to be looking right here. There we go. I'm just so I'm so in I don't know what, intrigued by all of this new stuff that just started happening on IRT, and I have absolutely not added any new things or anything else. This trade box and all this stuff I haven't changed anything on this chart for donkey's years. It's just interesting. All this stuff up here, that's pretty cool. Huh. Pretty cool. So 31.5, I think, is the previous scale, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 31.5. These guys are and really, really, really fortunate this is Friday and I don't have any school run or anything to do between now and the close, so I can monitor this trade and enjoy the market and the action and what's going on. Pretty cool. I would certainly imagine that there would be a stop or two above that RTH high. Christmas and Christ. The question is when. Yeah, 34. Yeah, this is kind of fun. It's so, I can't describe the relief involved or the psychological load that's off the minute when that scale comes across. Now, maybe there's a lot of people that argue about that. You don't optimize your trades and all that stuff. But I tell you, from an emotional point of view, which is, I think, probably psychologically is one of the biggest. There goes the NQ. They just can't get it up there, though. NQ can't take the top either. The psychological factors, huge. Yeah. Anyway, step away. Yeah.
Shit happens. Shit happens.
This is really great, actually. To be in a risk neutral scale, be looking nowhere to go and looking at the end of the day. That's pretty cool. It's nice to have that happen. Yeah, this thing's quite interesting how it continues to move, shows what profit you've got, what profit you could lock in, what profit you've got. I guess that's from the high. Yeah, that's the high. So that would be your favorable excursion. Oh, that's really interesting. I wonder if it records all this crap someplace. Huh. Favorable excursion. I wonder, there's an account thing. I wonder if it's got that in there. No, I'm not going to look now, but anyway. Yeah, so this is a nice. Let's see if they can get this, hit those stops above there and get some lift off to settlement. And if they do, I'm going to I'll drag my scale or my stop up there. ETH high would be nice. But we're, first things first, get into those stops above RTH. What I think I'll do here is get this up. There. Oh, wait. There. And my finger on the trigger to pull this, pull the stop up. Can't get above, can't get over those damn, into those stops above RTH high. This is pretty slim pickings up here, though. And who knows, they may just bottom fall out and take my stop. Who the hell knows? And so I guess the way this box works is I have target, stop, profit realized so far. Or maybe not. No. Stop has got to be up above somewhere that I can't see. That's the problem. That's the favorable excursion. I was right the first time. Those buyers just can't get in there. $230. Well, we'll see what happens now in the next 30 minutes. $250 is generally the big kahuna. I would be pretty darn disappointed to have this come back in my face, but you know, worse things have happened, I guess. Right now, we're at the scale. Well, he's got. already filed the claim. So look at all the times I would have been stopped out if I'd have moved my stop to here. Oh yeah. I guess I'm going to just leave it where it is and hope for the best. I'd like to see him get some traction above this all-time high and get up settlement. Come on, that's the whole idea. Yeah, well, this is kind of disappointing. Well, this is pretty annoying. And here's the 50 coming up, which is usually market on a close order. So I'm going to be pretty bummed out if I've let all that profit go to waste. Yeah, looking for higher, getting greedy. But we'll see what's going to happen now. We'll see what's going to happen now. And quite possibly nothing. Except I have to remember to close this thing out before 3:10. Nothing going on there. It's pretty stupid. Fizzled out. Pretty much fizzled out. Amazing that there wasn't anything living up high there, that they didn't peek into those stops above the all-time or the daily high. I'm just really shocked that we didn't get into some stops in here and the gap close. Actually, that's pretty amazing to me. Quite amazing. Oh, well, I was looking forward to taking out those targets and thinking we were definitely getting up there. I should have taken that off and known to take it off, I guess, at these highs, at the previous highs back there at 34. Well, I was still looking forward to a nice pop there up to those, at least to those stops above the RTH high. Targeting the naked volume point of control and settlement and all that stuff. And this is a real anticlimactic here. So we'll just play it out and see what happens. Disappointing. Normally I would have been all over taking those profits, but it was a general consensus by myself and several others in the TLab that we were going to be targeting higher, including Tom, which is generally a good sign. This could just be the options crap that's, making noise. Well, the VPOC moved up. I think that's the full session, however. I really hate to jam this up in there and lose a pop that we're going to take. But on the other hand, I don't want to it's pretty dicey at this point. Doesn't look like it's playing very nice here. Lift off. Come on, lift off that 3. There we go. Get up there to that RTH high and show those stops who's boss. There we go. Now let's get that move going. Just trade managing this thing up below this into the close story here. If they're going to get that pop or not, I don't know. There's a lot of liquidity right there. There we go. So we're out at the gap close, and it will likely go further. But 656.31. In a second here. And does it show the stats here? I guess it doesn't do that. All right, so that was pretty interesting. Just tag settlement, and I missed it by 2 points. Pretty disappointing, but hey, that's better than a poke in the butt. Which was that, I wonder? So there we go. All right. Good day. All in all, I think I probably got ahead of that one a little bit. Have a great weekend. It's rollover. I will be doing that this weekend. Speak to you Sunday night.